No, no, no. There's a stop button there. Where is it? Let's get going. Right over here. Right? That's the thing. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 4th, 2025. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Hello? Yeah, Charlie got a little confused here. We can try that one more time. Or did I really confuse it? Because I was up and about and doing things. Oh no. What have you done? Well, that's just interesting. So we'll give that a second. My gosh, we've already got a hype train started. Thank you. Let me bring up the welcome with the chat right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. Big thanks to everybody tuning in. TMK. Yes, my profile picture. We'll get to that in just a second here. How you doing there, Karam on YouTube? Hello in the Middle East, in Egypt. You love the series? Thank you. How you doing, C Sharp Titan? M. Pulowski. Hey, good morning to you. What? I've got a dog over here barking at me. How you doing in Maryville? I'm doing well, Manoj. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have I ever had an argument with someone on Twitter or at Microsoft over a tech stack? Yes, and it's usually not worth my time. It's usually not worth my time to have those types of arguments. There we go. Go ahead, take a look. You know what this is. You know what this is. How you doing there, LA Face? Have we got some shenanigans to share with you out there that LA Face and I got into?
The analysis is complete.
Is it?
Wicked Hat has been identified with high confidence.
That's right. You better believe it. So I went and saw Wicked last week. The Wicked, what is it? Not Happily Ever After. The second one. Wicked 2, Electric Boogaloo, something like that. Great movie, had a great time with it. Now I got to go back and watch the first one. Like, I got about 2/3 of the way through the first one, and I still haven't finished it. And I need to finish watching it because all the best songs are at the end of the first one. So, Wicked for Good, that was it, yeah. So, a lot of fun. Wheelchair Sean, how you doing there? You've been enjoying single file scripting? Single file apps in .NET 10 are very, very cool. Good morning from a colder than normal Las Vegas. I don't know why Charlie isn't picking up some of these locations. The only location it picked up is M. Pulowski up there. So yeah, doggy is being doggy. Have a good one there, Ellie Face. So last night, I did a stream on the Slot Squad channel. And we got to a point where, right, it is Slot Wars. It's a competition between the other two hosts, between Ellieface and Hoagie, right? And so they're the two hosts. That's their screen names, and they're doing their thing, playing slot machines, and they're each staked with a $200 initial bankroll, and they're playing slot machines, and they're dialing up and back and forth their various bets as they're going through and trying to win as much money as possible. And there was a point where they it was maybe it's a 2-hour show. It was maybe an hour in, and I forget how it started. The recording is out there, but there was a slot machine that they jumped into that was Lightning Gorilla Maximum Voltage Christmas Edition Volume 2. And do you mind? I'm working here. Dad's on the internet. All right. And it had this crazy like snowy gorilla with a Santa beard and a Santa hat, and you see it right now as my Twitch profile picture. No, you don't. You see it as my Blue Sky profile picture. And that happened because I made a bet at some point. I think it was that that they wouldn't get a certain amount of dollars in a bonus, and they blew right through that. So okay, so I went and changed my my profile picture on Blue Sky, and then I made the bet that if Ellie Face came back to win, she was down by almost $500. If she came back to win, you're really being loud over there. I know. Go lay down. No. Go lay down.
Chuck Beasley
Chuck!
just
Go
resubscribed
lay
for
down.
39 months.
Go ahead, go lay down. It's okay. It's okay. So, we made the bet that, what? Okay. We made a bet that if Ellie Face came back to win, so she had to make up $500, I would change my Twitter profile picture to this weird gorilla with a Santa beard and hat. And I put a caveat on there that if Ellie Face zeroed out, if she went to 0, she would have to change her Blue Sky profile picture to the gorilla with Santa hat. Well, you can see my Twitter profile picture and you can see hers. And then, so she zeroed out. We still had about 20 minutes left. And so Hoagie's going and he's got $750. No, he was at about $600. And I said, if Hoagie makes it to, and they changed games. He changed games over to this dog slot machine, whatever, cartoon dogs. And if Hoagie, if he doubled his money, if he got over $1,000, I would change my profile picture to this Chihuahua that happened to be on the slot machine. And wouldn't you know, that son of a gun, he got a bonus round right away and literally made $800 on just the bonus on a 60-cent bet. Like, are you kidding me? And yeah, so now for at least the next few days, my profile picture on Twitch is a Chihuahua. That was a lot of fun. Go check out the Slot Squad on Twitch. We had a lot of fun talking and making silly bets with each other. Johnny,
work. FYI, your dog is requesting treat now, please. Lol, smile, JK.
He got his treats. He got his breakfast. It's all good. So he wants attention. So that was the story last night. Go check out the Slot Squad. They were a lot of fun. I will do a shout out to them on Twitch, and our friend Ellie Face will be hosting another gambling slot machine stream this evening over there on the channel. Tune in. There's going to be shenanigans and fun. Let me see here. Digital Dummy says, welcome back. Am I using system command line package to build the tool? We'll get into that. We'll talk about that. Maybe a little bit of that. Maybe a little bit of some other things. C# Josh with the 67 months.
Josh just resubscribed for 67 months.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Debugging is a test of will, and you're running out of time.
No, I'm not. I got plenty of time. Scorched Earth Slot Machine Edition. A little bit. Yeah, the dog is mad at me. What can I tell you? He went and laid down. Good. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. Really appreciate those. Watery Events, it says, I've been writing a lottery game in Go Geo in the vein of Dope Wars 1998. Okay. I hear you. A lot of fun building games, especially of that throwback. Like, hey, let's learn something from something that happened 30 years ago and reinvent it with today's technology and do something, our own spin on things. It's a lot of fun to do that. It is. Oh my gosh, Steve
underscore Elliot just resubscribed for 64 months. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Steve. How's it going? Thank you so much. there's something weird going on. It's not Charlie, but it's Stream Elements. Not Stream Elements. I'm sorry. It's Restream. That's the thing. They changed the name of their bot on YouTube that is copying back and forth messages. So I'm getting double messages coming through on Charlie. It should be filtering out the Restream bot, but because they changed the name of it, it's coming through a second time on some of the chat messages. So, what? He's staring me down. He is the banana. So, if he still needs some attention here in a little bit, I'm going to have to step away for just a few minutes to take care of him there. It's a custom reverb effect. Well, that's the bathroom over there that he's chilling out in. Oh, the custom reverb for the messages. I see what you're saying there, Jester. I got it. It took me a second, but I got it. Let me get some music playing in the background here, and yeah. Let me do this. Let me go take care of him real quick, and I will be back. And we will give me just a couple minutes here. I'll be back, and we'll jump in and we'll start talking about building a command line app. Yeah, I'll play some music in the background while I'm away, and then we'll get into this in just a few minutes. All right? Thanks so much for your patience. All right. Yep. Dog had to wet. So took him out, did his business, and away we go. Hello, how you doing there? What should you learn about .NET MAUI in the market? Depends. What are you interested in? What do you want to deliver? What's your goal? So that'll determine what you want to do. Let me catch up here. Have all the .NET Conf videos been uploaded? Yes. Yep, they sure have. Have I ever had an argument with someone on Twitter or at Microsoft over a tech stack and why one is better than the other? Yes, I have, and these are things that turn into a little bit of they turn into almost a holy war between people. Oh gosh, my tech tools and things that I use are so much better than yours. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't really matter what you use as long as you feel productive and you're happy about it. If you want to use Go or Rust or JavaScript or C# or Java and you want to debate someone about why Java is better than C#, that's not going to change someone's mind. It's also not going to prove anything. Great, languages. Big deal. Does that do anything to make you a better developer? No. So what's the point? Stop it. We're done. So it's a waste of breath. Hey, what can we learn from these other programming languages to make us better developers? That's a discussion that's valuable, but not mine's better than yours. Like, really? Come on. That doesn't really go anywhere. So, how to not make friends. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. There seems to be a lot of hate for C#. There is right now, and I think what you're seeing is a little bit of overflow from folks that are not happy about recent updates to Windows. And social media is throwing all Microsoft things under the bus collectively, and a popular target happens to be C#. Why is it a popular target? Because developers are very productive with it, get paid very well to do it because enterprises all over the world use it. And because you can be so productive, you're going to get support with that. It is open source. Anybody can see, take a look at it, work with it, integrate with it. It's everything that, quite frankly, many other programming languages and stacks, they strive to become and have the features of. So, quite frankly, it's a little bit of envy. It's some jealousy from folks in other stacks. Oh, gosh. C# has these features. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, nobody wants to really have strong typing. Really? Is that how you feel when you're debugging that Ruby script at 2 a.m. that isn't quite working right because you passed a null into something that you weren't expecting? Or you have the wrong object that was sent into a variable that you weren't expecting? Is that why you're upset about strong typing? I don't know. Like, there's a whole class of problems that solves that you have. So, everybody should have their opinions. They should. Absolutely. You're welcome to use dynamic languages if that makes you happy, if that gets you productive, fantastic. There's a whole class of problems that I'm happy I don't have because I use a strongly typed language like C# or Java. So, can you call a C# function from Java? There's ways to do that with MAUI, jumping the bridge there. But yes, that's a thing. Why aren't people mad about RAM prices? They are. And it's going to get worse now that Crucial, is that who it is? That is stopping production of that? Yeah. That's a thing. So, hey, Coder Newbie, we got you plotted on the map there. Thank you so much. How's that JavaScript working out for you? Strong versus weak typing? Exactly. Like, if that makes you happy, great. But there's a class of problems that you have there that other programming languages don't have. And that's a design decision that was made. So, yeah, Micron pulled out a crucial. That's what it was. Yep, use the right tool, the right language for the job. Hey, no, really? No, Surly Dev, that plotted wrong. Yeah, that plotted wrong. I'm going to remove that one. So, let me see here. You're very disappointed your calm pulled out of commercial? What? Hey, Mythin, how you doing? Micron, yeah, pulled out, yes. There we go, Fleetwood, that Lancashire. There we go, that's plotted properly. So, yeah, there's a bunch of... I think we're seeing a bunch of chip manufacturing adjustments happening because there are some folks that have an overabundance of chips, some folks that don't. There's a demand for a certain amount of features and capabilities that AI companies want to be able to deliver. However, they don't have the data centers. They don't have the electricity to power them. And they're trying to build, and consequently, there's so much demand for hardware, but they don't have anywhere to put it, so they've got an overabundance of these things. And the supply chain is all screwed up because you have people that want to build big data centers that they think they can make a lot of money on, coming back on the backside selling AI-based services. However, it's my belief that a lot of what we're seeing is a trend, a fad, and as the software gets better, we're not going to need as many data centers. That's my belief. We're in a fad, we're in a trend that is creating more demand, but because of how processors and RAM are used in today's models, we need lots more of them to support the demand. But as the software and the models gets better, we won't need as much. So I think there's a curve here that's happening, and there will be a hardware bust at some point in the future. My belief. That's not a statement from my employer, from anybody over there. It's my belief, seeing the trends and knowing how better software means better utilization of RAM, of graphical processor, NPUs and whatnot. And folks building and designing new processors, as that grows, as that matures, we'll have less demand for main CPUs. So, hey Ravnos, how you doing there? Hello. Punch cards sound good. Well, how's Neolink progressing? Had some really good meetings this week talking to folks about Neonlink. I believe that Neonlink is going to be something that and how I use Neonlink is going to distinguish and set me apart as an in-person lecturer. Because when I use Neonlink, for those of you that don't know, is a tool that lets me take questions from the audience in person and put up lower thirds on the screen like this. In fact, it uses almost the exact same technology to put up lower thirds like that. There aren't many lecturers, teachers, instructors that can handle and moderate a room of attendees and answer questions on the fly as they're delivering their lecture. School teachers do this all the time. But in the tech space, there aren't many folks that can do that. And Neon Link is enabling that. I'm going to allow, at some point, I'm not there yet, I'm going to allow other folks to sign up for it. I have some refactoring that I've been doing. I have some features that I've got planned that I've started building. My next in-person session will be at Svitug in Stockholm in February. So that's the next time that folks will have an opportunity to see Neon Link. And it's going to be, for the set of features that I'm going to deliver there, it's going to be a lot of fun. Current problem that Marcus has, good problem to have, too efficient at freelancing work and paid by the hour, so you're getting paid less while paying an AI subscription. So an interesting way that I've seen folks pivot this, Marcus, is that they won't charge by the hour, but they'll charge for the value of what's delivered. So you want to be able to have X, Y, and Z feature delivered, and while you're really good at your job and you can deliver X, Y, and Z feature in a day, right? Let's just spitball and say in a day. The value of X, Y, and Z feature, though, is equivalent to a week's worth of work. Should you charge for a week's worth of work and only do a day's worth of work? No, not really. But there's a middle ground there that I think is negotiable. Hey, I know that this is very valuable to you, that it's going to deliver and make this much of a difference on your investment in building and working on this project. I know that it's going to save you X amount of dollars. I know it's going to make you X amount of dollars, whatever that might be. That value, then, I think is within game for you to say, I'm going to charge you for this value that I'm delivering, and I'm going to deliver it in X amount of time. You're not paying my hourly rate. You're paying for the value of what I'm delivering. That turns the conversation around. Now it's not I'm paying for an employee. Now it's I'm paying for features to be delivered. How you deliver those features, you use AI tools. You use other templates, libraries, tips and tricks that you've previously built. You're getting paid for those things, not for your time to implement those things. That, I think, creates a different discussion that that business folks are more interested in hearing. They don't care how many hours it takes. They care about when they're going to get their problem solved and how much money they're going to save on it, and figuring out where you can charge so that they're still on the positive side of showing some profit. Hey, we bought this feature, it saved us X amount of money and cost us X minus Y amount of money. It then creates a bit more of a good business discussion. So, building should create jobs, creates temporary jobs. Building data centers creates temporary jobs. It doesn't create permanent jobs. It's going to create a couple permanent jobs, but it's going to create a lot of temporary jobs, construction jobs, IT worker jobs to install and mount and deploy racks of servers. When you talk about building data centers, that's a temporary job. And quite frankly, a lot of those folks are probably going to travel and deliver and install from the parent company. They're not so much living and working and delivering a year's worth of income tax to the region that they're installing and setting that up. They're coming in and spending a week or two, maybe 3 weeks, setting up all the things, and they'll stop by every so often to tune and roll things in and out.
Paddy
Boy with the 7 months.
Just resubscribed for 7 months.
Hello.
I've learned so much over these 7 months. Many thanks, Fritz.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much, Paddy Boy. It's been a pleasure talking and chatting with you over the 7 months. Thank you. What's today's agenda for the stream? So, I've seen a lot of folks over the last few months talk about how the command line is really where they want to be working. And as I see people build and stand up the copilots at the command line, AI tools that run at the command line, I feel like there's features and capabilities that we as .NET developers should have available to us at the command line, not to build command line tools, but to work with our command line tools and grow and deliver applications. We're going to talk about that. We're going to bounce some ideas off of Copilot, figure out and drive out some ideas and discuss with you some ideas off of a base concept that I have, and we'll start building that together. A key thing that I want to make sure that I land here is, as we get into the initial announcement of the project, the initial first bits of it, I want to make sure that I edit video coming out of this so that folks can catch up on, here's the idea of what the project is. Here's where you can find it. Here's a little bit of what we're working on. And I want to be able to start delivering some video summaries of here's what's going on so that people can catch up. And I think that's going to be important to grow these channels. I've been doing this on Twitch now for 8 years. And I want to figure out a way to get more folks to discover us. So one way folks are going to discover us in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, from right now, we're going to be on the front page of Twitch again. So be aware, I'm going to be starting early on that day. That's December 18th. I'm going to be starting early. I'm going to be going late. And we're going to have a lot of fun with a larger audience. Tuning in, helping out, and having a good time together, talking about tech, building things with AI. It's going to be a good time. And I've had a suggestion to do one of the Minecraft hour of code games live on stream that day. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to do. Let me catch up here. Sarab says, hope I'm doing well. Yes, every language has a purpose. They do. You use JavaScript for prototyping, but I prefer to use ASP.NET Core for production. Cool. But it also matters. One master in C# can make prototypes quick. Absolutely. But I think in the age of copilots, LLMs, these tools, Claude, Gemini, Copilot, building a prototype isn't something that we're going to be as concerned about the technology stack that's used to deliver that prototype. Hey, Smirking Squiggly, 32 months.
Smirking_Squiggly just resubscribed. For 32 months,
Thank
when
you, Sam.
Shamfrit's streams start to bloom, the front page of Twitch makes more room, with coding in sight, AI shining bright, .NET 10 powers the devs who all zoom.
Thank you so much for the poem. That's great. Really appreciate it in the 32 months. So it's my belief, as we get closer to having better, more accurate AIs that deliver some of these things, you're going to be able to build prototypes of screens, of base concepts for applications very, very quickly. And it's going to be valuable in the program manager's toolkit to be able to do that, and then hand things off to engineers that can flush that out appropriately with the appropriate security and guardrails around those applications. C# Titan used to feel shy putting up hand in class. When went to university to ask questions, I would feel embarrassed and stupid. I wish Neon Link was around in the 90s. That is exactly what I'm trying to help with. A problem that I've seen, and I know we've got folks here from all over the world that are watching. Folks that are it's a cultural thing in some regions, that in the States, if you go and give a presentation in California, in New York City, people will put their hands up and interrupt you every time you say something that is the least bit controversial or that is skipping ahead on concepts. Hey, wait a sec. You didn't tell us about foo. And can you explain what foo is? Okay, you have to go through that. But in some regions, they'll sit on their hands. They won't say a thing. And when we get to the end of the presentation, come wandering up to the speaker and say, hey, I didn't understand what foo was. Can you talk to me about that? So these are the things that I want Neon Link to be able to help with. I want to be able to run polls in person. There are some apps that do some of these things, but I have a couple of killer features that those apps don't have that I'm going to be integrating. That's going to entice some folks, I'm sure. Neon Link sounds cool. No more conference talks where Q&A is 30 seconds.
Suggest generic solutions. I've been observing Fritz's specific coding patterns for X days.
Oh, good.
My recommendations are calibrated.
Good. I'm glad they are, Charlie. Let's see how you do here. You're all in. You'll join me. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Haliaetus vocifer. Prototype nowadays can be used to create a system spec. Yes. Yes, they can. The Figma MCP, totally. You get a designer that can build something out in Figma, use the MCP to bring that stuff out. Yeah. You're getting used to your Sigma keyboard, Digma keyboard, I think you're referring. Do I have an example of the layers that I use? Yes. I think they're actually saved. Are they saved on my GitHub? I think they are. They might not be. They might not be all of my current layers, but they are a set of layers that I was using, and I've enhanced since. Is it in my .files repository? Yep, there they are. So if you go to my .files repository, right, and this has always been available. This is something anybody can go and grab. There's the URL. This is a repository of all the configuration files that I use for Tmux, for Vim, my PowerShell profile. I've even got a couple wallpapers in here that you see me use. The Fritz and Friends background that I use on my terminal. And the wallpaper that I use on Linux is that. So, but my Digma keyboard configuration is over here. And I primarily have 4 layers. I was working on a 5th layer. But I started going down there and it was a lot of macros and things. And the number of keystrokes and holding keys to get there felt kind of weird. So I haven't spent time working on that 5th layer configuration yet. I was doing things like I want to automatically run git commands with a keystroke on my keyboard. I want to automatically do some Visual Studio macros and hotkeys directly from my keyboard. And I'm like, I don't know. That I know the keystrokes, and it's not that big a deal for me to use those on my keyboard. So you already did a prototype in just 2 weeks, says Sarab, and that prototype code and data structure was suggested by Copilot, was a bit future-proof, means a less refactor was required from prototype to actual live customer demo. There you go. There you go. C# Titan suggests for Neon Link maybe a survey feature. Oh yes. Oh yes. Already planned, already underway. Yes. When can one say I know C#? When can one say I know C#? That's a tricky question. That's like saying I know carpentry. Like, okay, you know how to cut wood, you know how to shape wood, you know how to join 2 pieces of wood, but then there's things in carpentry, skills like the way that Japanese woodworkers work to create these joint edges and connections as they're making furniture, as they're making cabinets that create these seamless, very flush mounted connections between wood that doesn't have any nails or screws holding things together, but it's a little bit of glue and some shaped mortises that they use to connect things, and it's a very intricate, very stylized, specialized way to as a carpenter put together and make furniture and cabinets and whatnot. That is a level of carpentry that is different from the guy that works at the local hardware store who builds cabinets and stools for his family and has a workshop out in the garage that he uses to put together extra little things to help on his fishing boat or whatever it might be. They've got carpentry skills. It's a different set of carpentry skills. So what I would say, Ozturk, for somebody to say, I know C# or I know a programming language, I would say you're able to build some sort of an application, some tool, and ship it so that somebody else finds value in it. You wrote a little website and published it with C# and people are able to browse to it and use it. It doesn't need to be 1 million people. It doesn't need to be 1,000 people. 100 people? 10 people? Your family and friends used it and found value in it. You know C# because you delivered something that other people are using. Even if you build something that you are using, you know C#. But I would reserve saying to other folks, I know C# until you have something that you've allowed other folks to use. That's kind of where I would draw the line. So, speech is the way to go. No more remembering keystrokes. Marcus, I was talking to a customer. Earlier this week, and earlier this week, within the last few weeks, I forget exactly when it was. And as I do more dictation-based interactions with an AI to generate documentation, to write tests, to build test scripts, it's hitting me that you're right. Using speech to deliver those interactions, to generate prototypes, to help write documents, goes a long way in being productive. And it's a lot easier for us to be more descriptive about things when we can just say it instead of thinking, what all am I going to type here? Like typing a lot of words into a prompt, into a document, it takes time and it takes a lot of thought, and then the thought that goes from here to your fingers to type it, there's a gap there. There's a delay. The delay between here and your mouth is a lot less. And we like to be a lot more descriptive when we're talking. And some of us like to use our hands when we're talking and describing things. Unfortunately, dictation doesn't take into account what your hands are doing. That's a cultural thing that we're going to have to cross. But I completely agree with you. There is so much there. Blazer Mr. Magoo with the
Blazer
86
Mr. Magoo
months.
just resubscribed for 86 months. Stop, it's been a long break for me. Use your Prime sub, folks.
Yes, use that Prime sub, friends. It's free when you subscribe to Amazon. You're getting free shipping this month because you're buying presents, packages for your friends, your families, for the end of year holidays. You get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it here, many thanks. Many thanks. You can use it here, and that helps support some of the things that we do on stream. President Not Sure says, you know idiomatics, you know C# without looking it up. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that draws a line there as well. Sure. But right, that's knowing, right? That's like knowing the facts of C#. I think you still need to be able to ship something to say that you know, and you can promote that to other folks. So Rob knows C#, but difficult to say if I master it. That's okay. You don't need to master a programming language to be productive and to be profitable. You don't need to. You need to have something innovative that folks are willing to use. They're going to pay you money to use that, either because you're a developer working at a company that's building a product that saves people in the company time and money, or you're an independent developer and you're building something that's an application, a game, something that folks are willing to pay you for. So, you know the concepts, but it's really when you implement them or when they give you ideas for doing something different. Yes, totally agree. So knowing C# in that you can call out that something doesn't look right, something doesn't smell right, beyond just the compiler saying warning or error. There's a level there as well that I think is a step above you delivered something, right? That's pretty good too. Is it Renee CIO 8720 or is it Renicio? I want to make sure I pronounce your screen name correctly here. Having that lie detector when you read somebody else's C#, I think is a level above. It is certainly knowing C#, to be sure. I think that's a level above, right? Where level 1 is you shipped something that other folks use, right? Level 2 is you have that lie detector because, right, to maybe that's level 3. Level 2 maybe is, hey, you can program C# without having to look up different things. Level 3 certainly is you can start to call out and you have that lie detector senses about you that, wait a sec, this might work, but you're going to have errors that surface that are uncontrollable. There are edge case scenarios that you need to be able to handle. This is going to take a lot of maintenance. There's technical debt here. Having that type of insight, that's where you start to become senior developer, in my mind. You can never go back to using a keyboard if your hands didn't. It's all in the muscle memory. Totally agree. Yeah. AI prompts help your speaking voice for sure. Speaking voice? Yes. They help get your content organized. Delivering this has helped. Delivering live streams, delivering YouTube videos has absolutely helped my presentation technique. And it has also helped with the way that I describe and teach things. So, what are those products that one can build that folks can use in their everyday life? All kinds of things. Stuff to help manage your email. Stuff to help stuff to manage your coin collection. I always go back to the collection app. Stuff to manage your collection, whatever it is. Your to-do list manager. How do you prioritize things and make sure that they meet your needs? Putting that together and delivering it inside of some sort of an innovative user interface, right? Folks were taking old displays and putting a Raspberry Pi on them, hanging them on the wall so that you had a family to-do list or a family calendar. Building and delivering that. That's kind of cool. That's something fun and easy to build. There's all kinds of stuff like that. Can I share something with you? So, I've ordered a Raspberry Pi Zero. It should be delivered today or tomorrow. For my family, for the Christmas holiday, we celebrate Christmas in the Fritz house. Everybody in my family, so my parents, my aunts, uncles, cousins, we're all decorating and making nutcrackers. We've been given a plain wooden nutcracker, and we've been directed, let's go decorate that. So some folks are painting it and painting different things on it. Some folks are putting putting hats and different things on it to accentuate some things made with yarn. Maybe put a sweater on it, different things like that. I ordered a Raspberry Pi Zero. I've ordered some LEDs. I've got a battery pack that I'm going to mount on this thing. I'm going to turn the Nutcracker into a music box that has Christmas music loaded into it and will play music and with a light show. So that's something that I'm doing to have some fun with the family. So let me catch up here. You do have face and expressions input with Talon voice. Oh, okay. So, Mythin has a question regarding custom domains in Azure. Mythin registered domain name at a local provider.
ChatGPT answers questions. I question your life choices.
No, you don't.
We serve different functions entirely.
Charlie, I decided to make you. Moving on. Mythin registered domain name at a local provider, managed to configure the www subdomain and redirect the Azure static web app. Cool. You're failing to redirect the Apex domain as well as your local provider does not support the @ and CNAME record. How do you usually manage custom domains? Do I use the Azure DNS zone? No, I do not use the Azure DNS zone. My belief is for managing public-facing things, to separate DNS from the hosting provider is a good thing, because if DNS goes down, the application's still running, and there's other DNS providers that will still have that DNS cached, and you'll still be able to get to it. If the website goes down, the DNS is still up. If the hosting provider has an issue, the DNS is still up, and I can reroute to another provider or to a static site somewhere. If I go to my doodad over here, 1 second, let me do the two-factor login. And I'm not putting it on screen because I don't trust you. Stand by. And I will, I'll get you some details about how I configured that. There we go. So Neon Link started as a static app. Oh, there it is, Neon Link. Yep, manage. So for my DNS for Neon Link, I set up the Apex domain as a URL redirect to the CNAME for www, and that works. So, I'm gonna pull that down and put it over here. Cool. All right. Let me see here. One of your first apps when learning was a Secret Santa app to take family names, shuffle them, email everyone. There you go, Ramtenna. That's a cool little app. Simple. What? A couple dozen lines of code. That's fun. Yeah. Go another direction, motorize the nut cracking function. Jester, that was my first idea. Not just motorize it, but get it to sing. Sing. It's a little bit much for what I'm trying to accomplish for Christmas. So, you think school should have a kiosk that just has Visual Studio Code with a free version of Copilot running just to see what did they come up with? I think there are opportunities for hackathons to sponsor and deliver those types of things. No, I'm not using an HT-access file. No. It's a URL redirect that's embedded at the DNS provider. Lip sync audio would be cool. yeah, that's a lot of work to do, and the speed at which you have to move that little mouth, right? And then you're going to run into friction issues that you have to work through. So every so often you're going to have to right, put some sort of WD-40, some sort of lubricant in there to make sure that it doesn't get jammed up. So write a little app to run in your home network, right? Your network, your NAS, your network access storage. Yes, totally. So yeah, good luck, Mythin. I use Namecheap as my DNS provider. They have a URL redirect built in, and that's what I use. Consequently, then, if you go to just neonlink.com, it redirects you to the www website. So, ads are running right now on Twitch for the next 90 seconds. Big thanks to everybody that's sticking around to watch them, and to you out there, the folks that have subscribed that aren't watching them. So we had a lot of success running Tags app during .NET Conf. There's a bunch of things that I want to do over there, but I feel like we are so far deep and lost in the sauce on that I want to start something a little bit new here. I know we've got SharpSite out there as well, and I'm not leaving SharpSite behind, but I want to. This is Creative Month for St. Jude. I meant to start my St. Jude fundraising Monday. Things came up, kept me from doing that. But my intent is to stream every day for the month of December. I had a couple things come up. I had to cancel streams. But my intention is to stream all month. Monday through Friday, I'll be streaming. And my intention is to finish setting up the fundraiser for Creative Month, is what they call it for St. Jude, for December. And on Monday, we'll be live with all those things, incentives. I've got a handful of giveaways that I've got set up, that we'll set up, we'll configure, and we'll have ready to go for starting on Monday. So, should be a lot of fun. I've got some work to do on that. More details as we get into next week. Keep an eye on the Discord. I'll talk about some of it over there. So, something that hit me while I was on my trips over November and October. I guess I should have said October and November. Whatever. There's a lot of command line tools out there for folks in other programming languages to use your programming language to kind of configure how you work with the command line to give you some interesting menus and capabilities and things that you can use over there. Microsoft even built a full-fledged text editor at the command line. They kind of rebuilt it, right? Because we had that a long time ago. But it'd be cool if we had some things that weren't, maybe not an entire shell that was .NET, but if we had some extensible tools, maybe we do get into a shell. I don't know, but I want to get some of your ideas, some of your thoughts, and build out a cool, very helpful console-based tool environment that can help .NET developers to be extremely productive on Mac and Linux. I think .NET developers are already very productive on Windows because of the availability of Visual Studio 2026. And I'm not trying to replace Visual Studio. But I think there's some things that we can automate, that we can make really easy for folks to do at the command line without having to do all the install and ceremony of Visual Studio Code, of Visual Studio, or what have you other editor. It kind of putting together some sort of a tool with, whether you're using Emacs or Vim or Pico, can deliver a cool experience for folks. So that's where I want to go. What do you think? Sound interesting? Sound like something we can have some fun with here? I'm going to pop open Copilot, and I want to start a conversation over there to kind of establish, here's an idea that we want to work with. And if I log in, let me see here. If I do this, I want to log in, but I don't want to log in with, yeah, go ahead. I don't want to log in with my primary Copilot account because there's stuff in there that I don't want to broadcast. Let's put it that way. Come on now. Waiting for two-factor authentication code to arrive. Maybe not. Oh, there it was. Yeah. All right, here we go. Yeah. Sure. Stay signed in. All right. So let's head over here, and I want to kind of drive out and discuss some of these things. Marcus with a good question here. Is the GitHub CLI available in all shells or just PowerShell? The GitHub CLI it's an NPM delivered tool at this point, so you can use it anywhere. You can use it in Bash, you can use it in Z Shell, wherever you would like. It's available in all the places. So, thanks so much for the question. Cool. So, let's talk this through a little bit. I'm a .NET developer specializing in C# and web development. And I'd like to build some tools to make it easier for other .NET developers to be able to use the command line to work productively. I feel like there's a cool intersection of C# analyzers, comma, GitHub interactions for their source code repositories, comma, and AI recommendations that could be used to deliver and analyze and recommend better ways to write applications. That's not how you spell applications. There we go. And let's put a dot up front there. Of in C#, other .NET developers, and let's see what it says, and have a little bit of this conversation here, and kind of drive out an idea for a project. And as part of this creative month, I'm going to box this so that we deliver this only in this month. Okay. So, vision for .NET Developer Productivity CLI. Static analysis beyond Roslyn analyzers, GitHub-aware insights, PR quality, commit patterns, dependency health. That's interesting. AI-powered recommendations. Whoa, what happened there? Tailored to their code base. That's a good thing. I like that. Automated fixes or code suggestions they can apply directly. And a plugin model so the community can extend that. I love that one. Yes, give me more on that. Core components, I could build a C# analyzer engine. You can build a custom analyzer layer that surfaces deeper architectural issues. Detects code smells that typical analyzers don't catch. Okay. Provides fix-all suggestions or code actions. Well, fixers are a thing that's out there. Okay. So hooking up those and reusing that technology is not a bad idea. Output results in JSON so the CLI can consume them. Okay. You can run analyzers without compiling the project using Roslyn workspaces. I'm not familiar with that. GitHub integration layer. Could be a separate module that pulls PR history, commit patterns, review comments, analyzes code churn and hotspots, flags files with high debug density or high contributor turnover, suggest refactoring targets. I feel like there's a testing target that could be defined here. Hey, let's build some tests around this thing to make this easier to make this something we have more confidence in. Use GitHub REST API, GitHub GraphQL API, GitHub Apps. Okay. AI recommendation engine, feed in analyzer output, GitHub repo, metadata, code samples, project structure. Ask it to generate suggested refactorings, architecture improvements. That's the one that I think we're kind of missing right now. API design recommendations, that's another one. Code style consistency fixes, yeah. Dependency upgrade. This one I feel like tools like ReSharper do a real nice job with. And when you load your code style into a editor config, I think you get some nice help with that. So maybe bringing in editor config capabilities would work with that. Dependency upgrade guidance. Yeah, that's not okay. I feel that one, right? Like, and I think wasn't there a NuGet upgrade product that somebody wrote at one point? A tool. You might consider insights based on patterns. Okay. You can even let users run .NET Insights, suggest file, and get a summary of what the file does, potential improvements, rewritten version of the method class. I don't know about that. Explanations of why the changes matter. Command line UX layer. Rich console output using Spectre console. Interactive prompts, fix all commands, explain the code commands, generate a PR with these fixes. Show me the biggest risks in the repo dashboards. I like that one. Okay. Audit mode, generate a full report, apply safe automated fixes. AI explain issues and teaches best practices. Now there. Stop the... I like that. I like that. Because when we get into using Copilot, Claude, Gemini, what have you, the vibe coding takes over and we kind of ignore whether something was a good practice or not. We just kind of let it ride. Coaching like that, like a mentor, like a senior developer, taking a look. That could be interesting. Ideas that can make this tool stand up. AI generated PR reviews. GitHub already does that. So I don't like that. Architecture drift detection. That's not bad. That kind of fits into a little bit of the coaching concept. Explain this project to me. I think Copilot already does a decent job of that. Okay. Codebase of evolution insights. Okay. I'm going to pivot it at this point, and then I'll answer some of the questions in chat. I really like the idea of coach features. Let's focus on that. Ice Cream Stick Model asks, why does everything have to be command line tools? As a developer, GUI is more faster to do things, more error-free than every time you have to write command line arguments and make typos. I hear you. As somebody who grew up on working with developer graphical interfaces, I completely hear you, and yes. However, Not all tools are available in all environments. Not everybody has all the tools. The command line is the great equalizer. So, oh, hey, Mom. Look, Mom's here. Charlie even said hello. There you go. Good. Mom's here. Don't tell her about what I'm doing with the Nutcracker. Don't tell her. Wait, are we building ourselves a new product? We're doing a new project here, something that we can ship quickly. Yes. We'll see how far it goes. We'll see how much interest there is and go from there. But ice cream stick model, I think building a command line tool is something that we can ship and integrate with a graphical tool and use that as the base layer. Then things are available for everyone everywhere. And if you want that premium experience in a graphical interface, you can get that through a Visual Studio Code plugin, a Visual Studio plugin, and we can extend and enhance in that direction. But having a good foundation with a command line tool that can receive commands and output JSON, output a report format that a graphical interface can do something with, I think creates extensibility. Hey, look at that. Look at that. So here we go. The coach angle is where the whole idea stops being a tool and starts becoming a companion. Yeah, all right. How's it going, Mom? How are you doing? Mom's out there, right? She's watching. What a coach mode should feel like. A coach isn't just a linter. Yes. Maybe the command line should suggest additional commands to help with knowing what commands are available. Sure. Yeah. A mentor explains why something matters. A reviewer gives actionable, empathetic feedback. A teacher who adapts to the developer skill level. A guide who helps them understand architecture, patterns, and trade-offs. I like that. A partner who can walk through code with them. I like that also. And these things I feel like could bolt onto Copilot, Claude, Gemini, and extend your experience with that tool. Your Nutcracker is a secret. See, Mom's making a Nutcracker as well. So, coach mode, core capabilities, explain code in human terms. So developers can run .NET Insight Coach, explain, and point to a file and get a plain English. I don't like. I understand that term, but let's say a plain text, a prose summary of what the class does, because I when you say something plain English, I think that gets exclusive, and particularly Americans get caught up in plain English, but plain text that can be used there. Flow of data, responsibilities it currently has, any violations of solid or clean architecture, a mental model of the code. Okay. Suggest improvements with rationale. Instead of renaming this variable, the coach says why the change matters, what principle it relates to, what the trade-offs are. In layman's terms, that's another good one. How you doing, One Lion? Yeah. The method is doing validation, mapping, and persistence. Splitting these concerns will make testing easier. There we go. Interactive Q&A about the code. This is where CLI becomes conversational. Why is this async void bad? There we go. Yeah. Is this repository pattern necessary? Okay. And I will fight and debate this one to, yeah, I get it about the starter group. Go away. I will debate this one about the repository pattern all day and all night. It is my belief that you should have a repository pattern in your applications unless you are building something that is small and intended to be embedded. If you're building something where it's going to be embedded and space matters, and quite frankly it doesn't, if you're working on a desktop, a laptop, or a server. If you're building a mobile app, if you're building an IoT something, right? Then build a repository pattern. Build a repository pattern and thank me later. Because while you might not change database provider, you might change how you interact with the database. You know what? We're not going to use Entity Framework now. We're going to use Dapper. You know what? We're not going to use direct select statements to interact with that data. We've got stored procedures that the DBA is managing. You know what? We're not going to run those update statements right here on the web server. We're going to put them at the end of a queue and have a service over there that runs the update. So now when you go to do that update, instead of actually running an update command, you need to put a message on a queue. Now those concepts of how you're working with your data are hidden behind an interface, and your website, your user interface, your services, they don't care. That's why I recommend using a repository pattern above all else. And not to mention, you can upgrade those tools that you're using to interact with your database, your storage provider, without having to think about it in your website, and go around to all the places in your website that you called select star from products. You never let EF out of the basement. There you go. Repository per class or one overarching repository. I like to think of repository per conceptual entity. I wouldn't, so thinking about a storefront, I wouldn't create a repository for addresses. I would create a repository for orders. I would create a repository for customers. Customers will have saved addresses. Those saved addresses can be copied over and used in an order. That copy operation is something that's going to happen at the application level, but it's a copy operation. It's not a direct reference, these types of things. So I would have a customer repository. I would have a order repository. I would have a product repository, these things. So I wouldn't have it per class, right? Because, right, an order is going to have order line items. An order is going to have order addresses. Order is going to have order shipment statuses that go with it. All of those conceptually are a single order object. When we think about right, I'm coming back to the storefront canonical example that we all run into. So, domain scoped repositories. There you go. That's it. I didn't want to step too far into domain-driven design concepts, but yes, a domain entity, a domain aggregate would be where I would draw some of those lines. Repository pattern can help with testing as well. Yes. Yes. There is a place then for the integration test on your repositories with some sort of a faux database, whether it's in memory or maybe it's built in and scaffolded with a fixed container image so that you always have the same objects in that container when you stand it up, right? You can delete it at will, but you start that container and you know your tests have the exact same data in that repository every time. Yeah. Yep. All right. Architecture level coaching. Okay. Controllers are too fat. Domain layer depends on infrastructure. Yeah. 14 classes with high churn, high complexity. These are refactor candidates. That's nice. That's nice. I'm also a little bit of a believer in keeping methods to 7 to 10 lines of code. They start getting longer than that and they're too sophisticated. Ads are about to start on Twitch in 5 minutes. Coach can summarize PRs, highlight risky changes, suggest improvements, flag missing tests, explain potential regressions. Cool. I do want to make sure that I call out that this is a bit of a Copilot feature. Continuing here. Pull request coaching. This is a killer feature. Summarize the PR, highlight risky changes. That's a Copilot feature as well. Nothing wrong with that, but Copilot already does that. Learning mode, yes. I like that, especially async await. That's definitely something that folks struggle with, developers struggle with. Should I say folks about a dozen more times? There's folks out on Twitter, and those folks don't like when we say folks so much that they think that we're getting all folksy and we're overusing the word folks to talk to folks about folks. Yeah, that's a thing. Refactor walkthroughs. Instead of just suggesting a refactor, the coach can walk the developer through it step by step. That's nice. Okay. Why this refactor helps? Yep, like that. How you could implement coach mode. Static analysis layer, repo context layer, AI reasoning layer, CLI interaction layer. Okay. Smirking Squiggly says Aspire will run that database for me if I'm reusing the app host in my test project. Exactly, Smirking Squiggly. You can create and lock down what that Docker image is, what that container image is that you want to use. And when it comes time to test, point to that image and say, go use QA testing image 1 or whatever it is, and let Aspire load that up and use that and feed that into all of your configuration. Fantastic idea. Maybe use text colors to denote what mode you're in for this. Sure. 3 directions we can go deeper into. Define the coach command structure, design the AI prompting system, build a prototype feature. We can sketch the architecture and even draft some C# code. I want to... There's clearly a couple features here that are Copilot features that I want to avoid. What do you think, chat? Marcus, I like the idea. I think that's a little bit further into the UI than we want to focus on at this point. And review this PR. Let's... Some of these features that you're describing are already available as part of GitHub Copilot. And I'd like to avoid them. Period. I think there's some additional capabilities that we'll be able to add with some MCP. Interactions and focus on that value add. You saw a YouTube video about the folks thing. Yes. I think you're probably referring to the same person that I am. We don't need to talk about them, but yes. Some syntax highlighting with colors on console app output would be cool. Totally agree, Ice Cream Stick Model. Yep. If you simply recreate GitHub Copilot, what it already does, you'll end up competing with a tool that already has deep IDE integration. Totally. Build capabilities that Copilot cannot do today because they require local environment awareness, deep project-wide context, custom analyzers and rule, multi-tool orchestration with MCP, cross-repo intelligence, automated workflows outside the IDE. Yes. Right? Let's bake into this some developer knowledge so that more than just, here's what the wide LLM knows how to do and work with. When we start doing some analysis, we've got static analyzers that can help on some of those things. And we can take that output and work with it and drive that through the LLM to make recommendations. Copilot has no visibility into your local machine, the build environment, CLI tools, Docker containers, dependency graph, test coverage, blah, blah, blah. But your CLI can. Detect outdated SDKs, tools, global JSON mismatches, identify missing or misconfigured. That alone right there. That's a big one. Spot unused or conflicting NuGet packages. Yes! Recommend project structure improvements based on actual folder layout. Okay. Analyze test coverage to suggest where tests are missing. That's a good one too. Ads are running right now on Twitch. Cross repo intelligence. Yeah. Architectural coaching, not code completion. Yes. Custom rule packs for .NET teams. Okay. Now we're starting to talk here. Team conventions, architecture rules, security rules, performance heuristics, cloud-specific patterns. Yeah. Ergenrod with the resub.
Ergenrod just resubscribed for 32 months.
Thank you so much, Ergenrod. 32 months. Much appreciate that support. Done the coffee. Done the coffee. All right, here we go. Automated multi-tool workflows. You can use MCP to run analyzers. And that, I think, alone is a big one. Query GitHub, inspect Docker images, run tests. Query package registries. Well, there's already a NuGet MCP that will let us do that. Inspect CI logs, modify files. That's one that's already out there as well. That Copilot has and does nicely. Generate patches. Yeah, okay. Optimize build. Run MS build with diagnostics. Analyze slow targets. Check NuGet restore times. Read CI logs. Suggest improvements. Copilot can't do this. Yeah, it can. It can do a chunk of those things. Multi-file refactoring. Migration plan, that's a big one. Repository health coaching. Freshness score, architecture consistency, test coverage, build performance, code quality, security posture. Okay. So what should we build first? Design MCP tool interfaces, define CLI command structures. I think there's something here where we can combine repository health with current versions, right? How up to date are your packages with the current versions of things that are available? Can we come up with a project name first? I think .NET Coach might be a good place to start. What do you think, chat? Does .NET Coach, how does that sound with you? Right, because we want this to be a combination of educating and assisting in improving the quality of your project. How we doing, chat? What do you think? Yes? No? I'll move forward with .NET Coach. You dig it? Okay. Cool. All right. Add the word John in there somewhere. Oh, I got to go back and work on that website. Let me tell you. I got to work on that. Can the AI suggest a number of names? Let's do that. I really like these ideas. I'd like to start with the .NET Coach folks. One lion. I see what you did there. With the repo health dashboard. First, I need a project name so that we can claim some space on GitHub. I like something like .NET Coach. But give me about 20 alternatives that complement this space. Nah, give me about 20 alternatives. Hey, Alu the Dragon, how you doing there? That might be a name already in use by some of the YouTube content creators. I don't know, maybe. .NET Sage, .NET Advisor is good. .NET Observatory, a little bit long there. .NET Forge, .NET Artisan, .NET Craft, and oh no, .NET Vital, .NET Checkup, .NET Diagnostics, .NET Health Kit. I like .NET Advisor. What do you think, chat? No, not .NET Copilot. See, and you angered Charlie by talking about Copilot. Repository Sensei. Can you give me 20 more ideas? Sounds like it's related to security. Yeah. I kind of agree. But sounds a little too security focused. Dash dash. .NET Doctor. .NET .NET Ally? Maybe. .NET Doctor sounds good. What do you, Marcus, that's a good one. What do we think? .NET Doctor. Doctor.net. What about Doctor.net? Can you give me some alternatives that play on this idea that I really like? Let's see if it can push us a little bit more, because I think that's... Yeah, we're going to need a tagline. Doctor style names. .NET MD. .NET Clinic. No. I like that too. Pyrocat. Doctor.net. I mean, that's just your weekend name, right? Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Let's go after Doctor.net. And .NET Clinic feels good too. That feels good too. What happened? Yeah. Let's... Triage sounds like a good verb to use with Doctor.net. Ostale, yes. Yes. Let's look at some of those. .NET Clinic feels like some online service that can support. Or maybe .NET Clinic is the name of a collection of outputs from... Yeah. Word, a couple different ways that could go. .NET roast my code. That's what Charlie does. Okay. Let's go with Doctor.net. But see, the command line then is going to be .NET Doctor. Or dr.net. Now let's get I'll grab a GitHub repository for that. Let's talk more about this initial idea of repository health dashboard. While it's doing that, back over here, and I'm going to go up to Fritz and Friends. Right, we've got all these little projects that we've kind of started, and they're laying out here. Doctor.net. Yeah, it better be available. A collection of tools that help .NET developers. Yeah, let's start there. Nope, we're making this public right from the get-go. Don't need a template. Add a README? Yes, please. Git ignore? Sure thing. The standard Visual Studio one, we're going to make this MIT. Projects and wikis. Yeah, for now. Go. All right. Okay. So there we go. Someplace to start. I'll fork so I get my own copy, and I'll work over there. Is that console app PowerShell compatible? Yes. .NET Reflection, .NET Mentor. Mentor is pretty good also. Mentor is pretty good. Okay. So over here. Go to my terminal. Give me a new terminal. There we go. Cool. No, not core. Let's kind of drive out some of this. .NET Visual J# Helper. Now cut that out. .NET Consultant. Yes and no. All right. right, back over to here. Dr.net, and look at that, already throwing a stethoscope. Think of the dashboard as the annual physical for a .NET code base. It should give developers a holistic, actionable snapshot of a project's health. Not just code quality, but architecture, dependencies, build performance. There's a bill of materials bit that's missing there. Dependency health. That's something that I feel like could integrate with Dependabot. But being able to run that type of thing locally. See, you've cheesed off yeah. I agree. Test health. Getting workflow health, yes. Secrets in config files, yes, yes, and yes. Overall health score, I like that too. CLI output, Code quality metrics, dependency health. When you talk about dependencies and managing dependencies, a common requirement that enterprises have that we should make sure we deliver as a high value solution would be a bill of materials for the features used in a repository. Period. This should not just reflect the various packages that are being referred to, but also features, other services, vendors that are being referred to, and deliver links in that bill of materials to those various packages, those various vendors, so that this can be followed up on in the future. Save that as an icon file, put it to an exe. You might be onto something. How did I make my IDE look like that? Well, that's VS Code. And I'm using... what? There we go. Theme. I'm using... There it is, the Cyberpunk theme. And that's available as an extension that you can go and download. Right there. I'll grab it on the marketplace and share it. There's actually a couple different colors in this. There's a scarlet version and the Umbra version. The highlight on the purple version doesn't quite work well. It's not great. So okay. So where I want to get to here with this one, I want to get to a point where I want Microsoft Copilot to generate a document that I'll put into our docs folder for GitHub Copilot to start using to build plans off of and start defining features and eventually creating issues and project plan capabilities out of. Then we'll go and start generating code for those specific features. Oh, it's complimenting me. Look at that. A true bill of materials for a .NET repository is way more than a list of NuGet packages. They want traceability, vendor accountability, compliance, visibility, long-term maintainability. Yes, yes, yes. Purple is also a Claude thing. It's also a Twitch thing. So Bill of materials should answer a simple but critical question. What external things does this code base depend on? Where do they come from? NuGet package bill of materials. You can go deeper than .NET list package. Include package names, version, transitive versus direct. Totally. So, right, delegating from our Doctor.NET tool into .NET list package and then bouncing that off of the NuGet MCP to get some of that data back would go a long way on these. Framework and platform feature bill of materials. Yes. Scanning usings, base classes, attributes, DI registrations. So here's what I'm thinking. These types of questions are things that the Doctor.NET clinic will be able to help answer. It's not just a report, but maybe we put an MCP on that that lets you scan and interpret and read through some of the health and interactions of those things. Okay. External service and vendor bill of materials. Azure services, AWS services, GCP services, third-party APIs. Yes. NuGet package names, DI registrations, configuration keys, known client types. Yup. Configuration and environment bill of materials. Yes. Building and tooling bill of materials. There's a lot to this. Bill of materials drift detection. Changed since the last release. Here's what's new. Yeah. The engine for this. Do we have some really large class files that need refactoring? There's a good one. Let's generate a markdown doc with all of these ideas for the bill of materials feature so that I can copy it into my GitHub repositories doc folder, and we'll be able to build project plans from that. How you doing there, Away? A simple question about how I use with IA. I'm an expert. The question is, how much cognitive deficit am I experiencing in my daily base? To the IA. Do you mean to the AI? About how I use the AI? Am I experiencing cognitive deficit? No, I'm not experiencing cognitive deficit. I'm using the AI to stir ideas, to probe and push and inspire. And then I'm going to use it for some of the toil that I don't want to spend time working on. I'm sorry, what gives you a cognitive deficit? Wait, what does Blar? Help me with that? They might be asking if AI has helped me. Yes, it has. Yep. Cognitive deficit, you don't remember, you don't think about, you don't have the in-depth knowledge of the things that you're working on. Could I include that Copilot output as a doc in the repository? That's exactly, Patty Boy, that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. You got it. So, clean, well-structured document. So, right. So what I'm going to do, right? Yeah, look at all that. That's good stuff. Yeah, look at that. Implementation roadmap, love it. Yes, watch this. Copy. I'm going to come back up here. I'm going to drop into my doc folder, create a document, and let's call this bill of materials. Let's call this feature. underscore bill of materials MD. Not because it's a doctor, but because it's marked down. Right? Just paste that John in there. See, I Johned. And there we go. Whoever invented the clipboard, they deserve coffee. Totally agree. So I'll just save that. And so that you can get access to it, I'm just going to do a quick commit there. Introduce the bill of materials feature idea, right? Commit that, sync the changes. I should, what was that? I should add the upstream folder, which is right over here, right? Forked from that, right? This one, no, come here. Copy that, back over to here. Git remote add upstream. There we go. All right. And we're going to create a pull request and pass in across forks. Yeah, I'm comparing from main. There we go. Yeah, I know it's an anti-pattern. Sue me. I'm going to get this first feature defined it out here. Thanks so much. There you go. Added initial bomb feature design. All right. So now, if you want to follow along at home, if you're playing the home version of our game, there's the link where you can go follow along more. Cut the top comment off. Is the top comment on there? Yeah, we should. Yep, you should. We should. Let's do that. Yeah, save that. Right. Removed top comment. Commit. Git push upstream main. Fine. Origin main. Cool. All right. Fixed. So there's the idea. You love playing along? Oh, thank you. And you were talking about whiskey does what? It distracts you? Gives you a cognitive deficit? I was doing a little bit of that last night. There you go. Yes. There we go. Moving on. So we have this idea, but I want to go back now to Copilot. Back over here. All right. Now let's talk more about the repository dashboard idea and how we can integrate this bill of materials feature and talk about initial app architecture. Go. Yep, start shaping what this looks like. Unified extensible system for analyzing the health of .NET repositories. What the health dashboard should show: overall health score, code quality, architecture, layering summary. Wow. These are some really good, and I like that at the end. I like that. The bomb is a standalone artifact, data source for the dashboard. Dependency health, 12 NuGet packages are outdated. 3 packages have known vulnerabilities. 2 packages appear abandoned. That's another big one that is valuable. Vendor and service health, configuration health. Not only this, right? But there's also this idea of the cloud vendors version their services. And is your current API compatible with that service? There's something there too. I want to put on a pair of Gunner glasses here, but I'm not sure which one to put on. I'm going to do this one. Let me do... Did I wear these last week? Did I wear the Diablo ones last week? I might have. Yeah, I think I did. Let's not do those. Which ones are these? No, those are big and clunky. They're a little bit big for my face. I've got too many bags of Gunner glasses here. The folks at Gunner are generously providing a number of pairs of Gunner glasses that we're going to be giving away over the next few weeks. So you may have seen me. I've recorded a number of commercials for them. Oh no, what happened to my background? Are these the Marin? I think they are. Yeah, there they are. We'll go with the Marin glasses. You got the old Razer model? I love those. I have 2 pairs of them. I have a prescription pair, and I have a regular pair as well. Yeah, my blue background here is acting up. Better. But now my shirt's disappearing. You hope .NET Doctor takes your insurance? Absolutely. Totally agree. Encouraging people to hit a certain health score may be a good way to go. That's not a bad idea. Building tooling health, Docker base image, yeah. Architecture health, yeah. Becomes the data backbone for several dashboard actions. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Initial app architecture. Core, repo scanner, analyzer engine, bomb engine, metrics engine, health scoring, plugin system. This one, I think, is something that for us as developers, we want a nice, clean way to be able to bring in more features, to extend. And I think I'm a big fan when I'm building tools. I want to be able to build plugin systems. CLI, the commands, the options, the output, integrations. So let's unpack the important parts. Okay. The bomb engine scans the repository for NuGet packages, framework features, external services, vendors, configure environment requirements, build tooling, produces a structured bomb model, exposes the bomb data to other modules. Yeah. Holy crow. How they communicate. Practical starting point. Here we go. Okay. Now we're talking. So let's copy this. I'm going to skip that, but let's copy that. And right, fire up another document here. And this is like the dashboard, right? Feature repository Health dashboard. Right. And paste in that. You go away. We're going to go up to the top here. And I'm going to get rid of the next. MVP scope, I think, is good to have there. No end then. So let's add that. I'm going to create a branch. Initial concepts. Commit, publish that branch, put it on the origin. Did it go? Yeah. You just remembered you can play back the VOD and take note of the ideas? Totally. Totally can. Okay. So I think... I think we're getting somewhere, right? Is the I'm working on the Doctor.net project and want to get a domain name. What options are out there? Let Copilot figure it out. Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is brand forward domains. No. Okay, dev might be cool. Tools. Okay. Mm-hmm. .com or dev domain. Okay. Yeah. So what about Doctor.net? Is that available? Good. Oh. Oh, look at this. Okay. But this hasn't been touched in a long time. They don't have the domain name, and they went as far as 0.2. 130 commits. Hot Path Profiler. Okay. We might need to I think we need to pivot the name then. Rats. It looks like the name Doctor.net is already in use for another project. Period. Let's review some other names that play off this idea of health and management of the metadata and features with some coaching capabilities for your application. I would lean into .NET Coach first. .NET Podiatrist, .NET Urologist. Code Medic. Code Therapist. I don't like Code Therapist. I do like .NET Code Medic. No. What is it? Marketplace? I thought there was some sort of Code Medic. No. Okay. Let's pivot to Code Medic. .NET second opinion. Code MD! Yeah, let's pivot to Code Medic. CodeMedic.net is taken. CodeMedic.com is $7,800. CodeMedic.io is taken. Checking. Got it. CodeMedic.dev. So let's go over to this, John. Can we rename the repository from here? Yeah, it's available, I know. There we go. Jump over there. I'll rename mine. But I have the domain name codemedic.dev. So cool. So let's reach into the docs. Yep, agent. The name doctor.net is taken. Please rename this to Code Medic. Oh no, don't have. No, don't have that ringer. I never have my ringer turned up. Like, there's a breakthrough ringer from my family, but I have never had. I have never had my ringer loud. Junie's not here. Why are you talking to Junie? Would I use clean architecture? Maybe the Ardalis template? Not specifically his template, but clean architecture concepts. Yes. Cool. All right. Jean Valjean.
Gene 80 just resubscribed for 72
Last one
months.
failed.
6 years of great coding streams. C# heart.
Okay. You missed that one. Sure, doctor's orders is fine. That's the same document. Good. I'm gonna need a little bit of help here. Yes, and remember this folder for future sessions. I renamed the repository on GitHub for both the upstream and origin to Code Medic. Can you update those remote references for my git config? Go do that thing. Here we go. Okay, good. So this yeah. Cool. And it pushed up. Hey, Nalian. You don't even know how to turn off silent on your phone? Yeah. I haven't touched it. So, how's it going there, Jean Valjean? Good to see you. 72 months. Man, 6 years. Thank you so much for that support. Really instructive in order to make clean, scalable software. I hope to. Like, maybe there's a mode where we can help enforce some of Steve's recommendations. Like, that feels like an extensible piece of features there. Very generous for coder 24601. That's right. That's right. Why am I? No. No, we're good. We're good. All right. All right. Don't need the README. The idea of bill of materials, good. The idea of an overall health score, code quality summary, architecture and layering summary, yeah. How the bill of materials integrates into the dashboard. Marcus!
Marcus Voice Coder just resubscribed for 38 months.
38 months. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And that's going to kick off a treasure train. I don't know what the difference is between a treasure train and a hype train. I don't know. 35% off gift subs at level 2 during this train. Oh, very cool. So, if folks are interested in supporting the channel and gifting gift subs, there's a 35% off discount. That's awesome. One more level unlocks a discount for the rest of it. Wow. Okay. Very cool. So here's a suggestion for clean modular architecture that will scale. I don't know about beautifully. I don't know. Yeah, 6 years, smirking squiggly, right? I've been doing this for, right? 8? 8. It was 2017 that I started. Yeah. So let's start building the structure for the CLI. For the command line. Patty Boy with the gift subs.
Paddy Boy 66 just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much. That is very generous. Alexandro Texera, Haliatus Vocifer, Oma Devana, Dapper SW, and Jag Xterra. Congratulations. You got gift subs from our friend Patty Boy. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. And yeah, that unlocks. We've got a discount on those. On gift subs now for the rest of the stream. Thank you so much. You feel like scale reasonably would have been a better word choice. Scale reasonably? Yeah. Well, expand design reasonably. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh my gosh, Chuck! 10 gift subs from Chuck.
Beasley just gifted 10 subs.
Oh my goodness. Look at that hype train taking off there. Thank you so much. Wow. Webface with the resub. 27 months.
Webface_CA just resubscribed for 27 months. Let's keep this train going.
Oh my goodness. Level 4 is on the way. Congratulations to Lenerda, the Welsh Cabagan, Mist, Steck 1977, Wheelchair Sean, Biz 61, Cardinant, Morris 88, Minister Gosling, and M. Magano. Congratulations. You got gift subscriptions from our friend Chuck Beasley. Thank you so much, Chuck. Really appreciate the gift subs and the resub from Webface. Yeah. Thank you so much for that support. We've got about 4 minutes left to try and get to level 4 here. 35% of the way there. Much appreciate that support. Thank you. Thank you for that. We crossed 100 subscribers. If we get to 200, right? There's things that unlock that change the share percentage that happen for us as streamers when you have a certain number of months with 100, 200 months. 200 subscribers in a row. Thank you so much for those. Yeah, that means a lot. Really appreciate it. M. Pulowski with 5 gift subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
Just gifted 5 subs.
Oh, that's awesome. Clicks US, Perpetually Baffled, MDS Ubuntu, Sir Timmy, and APOC RX. Congratulations. You got gift subs from our friend M. Pulowski. Big thanks for that. Level 4 is complete. On to level 5. Oh my gosh, we're going to break a record here. Thank you so much. Hey, Thin Doll, good to see you. The hype train is hot right now. Yeah, how you doing there, Sir Timmy? Congrats on the gift sub. You got the blue hat there. Yeah. So, and we're going to continue building here. I'm going to be streaming, like I said, for the next few days. For the rest of this month, actually, during the week, Monday through Friday, I'm going to try and stream as much as possible, so that you can pick up, you can learn, and we can build stuff like this together and kind of drive out some really cool ideas together. This is awesome. Thank you so much for it. Love the hype train. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what to say. Thank you. It's awesome support. Really, it means a lot to me. Let me get back into the project here. So some of the things that we're going to need to do, so one of the reasons I bought the domain name, right? We're going to want some central place that is a central knowledge base that we'll be able to bounce some of these requests off of to understand, right? Like current versions of things, maybe, and not just current versions, but directives, different things. Yeah, it's a central place that this can connect out to and analyze. You got all warm and fuzzy over some comments you got on stream? Hey, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah, Dapper, you got a gift sub. There you go. So a CLI skeleton, a dashboard renderer, the initial idea for the bill of materials engine, code quality metrics, basic health scoring. Let's see if we can get these first two pieces here. Because, right, thinking out loud, just doing that initial, like, are the versions of your projects all in line with each other? Like, what you do kind of matters. It does. Thindal, you have no idea how spot on you are, and how important that is for me when it comes to work things. That's why that's one of the reasons why I enjoy streaming so much, is talking to folks like you out there, interacting and having these really cool descriptions, interactions, writing code together. It feeds my spirit in ways that I really enjoy. Because quite frankly, folks in the corporate world, they don't express their appreciation for assistance and achievements that folks deliver. So yeah, it really does matter. And yeah, folks in the corporate world, especially when it comes time to put their money where their mouth is, they just can't do it. 1 second here. Just double checking here. Point received. Jeffs are awesome. Yes, Jeff 3902. You are correct. You are correct. All 3,901 other Jeffs before you, I believe, feel the same way. Let's start down this path of a CLI skeleton. You got tapped on the shoulder at a conference a while back with a "Hey, Thindal." Yes. And I, gosh, I think I saw Joystick Nick there earlier on drop into chat. Yeah, there he is. When friends like Joystick Nick drop into stream, and Thindal, certainly folks that I've met in real life, and all of you out there, if you go to a conference that I'm at, and I'm speaking at, please come up, introduce yourself, let me know. Hey, it's me. I'm Juan Van. I met at a conference here in Pennsylvania in November, and that was awesome. Please come. I want to meet you. I want to learn more about you and what you're up to. So it's all great stuff. So yeah, I'll see you in February. That's right. So and I was at VS Live in Orlando 2 weeks ago, and I think I mentioned this last stream that folks there said, why haven't you been at these before? This was a really good session. And yeah, there's sometimes some things where some conference organizers and there's challenges and there's types of content that they want some people to deliver than other folks, and that's okay. And when you're speaking on content that's in the same vein as some of their priority presenters and folks that interact at their events, then you get bumped, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Oh, you want me to do voice mod? Yeah, we can do that. You want to meet me in real life? Yep, come to Sveitog in February. So I'll be in Stockholm for the week. Yeah, come out, and I would love to meet you. If you can get a train over there, you can get a plane in. I'll be there and happy to meet with you. I've talked to Thindall and some of the organizers about, hey, can we do a stream with some of these things while we're at Sveitog? My travel rig is a lot more portable now. What can we do something? So we'll see what happens. That was a request for Storyteller for 5 minutes. Where'd that go? Did I close voice mod? I might have closed it. There we go. Gotta wait for it to start. Come on. Taking a time start. Let's go. Yeah. Fantastic. Storyteller. There we go. This and that. Turn that off. 1 second. It's not. Yeah. We want to be on that. Yeah, it was outputting to the Oculus. Hey, there we go.
Fantastic.
Wow. That's loud. How's that now? That's better.
Yeah. Set a timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, counting down.
Even Siri sounds interesting. All right, moving on. Over here, and yep, there we go. All right. Normal voice and mod. I know. Yep. Try to be in the Sweden conference talk. Awesome. Where was I? Oh yeah, we're gonna build a CLI. Let's start that. Let's build something. Here we go. So I'm gonna start off with a .NET new application over here. Yeah, let's do it at the command line right there. Yep. So let's do a source folder, and inside here, .NET new console code medic. Right? Boom. Okay. Let's get a solution file. Yeah. Good. And then, oh. Yeah, that's not gonna work. .NET new solution code medic. .NET solution add code medic. Cool. Now I've got a solution with the project in it. There we go. Yep. That's better. In a time after C++, in a place where developers meet, a man with the best Blazor, one stream, one IDE, and one goal. Svituk 2026. Be there. How's that for an ad? Right? Right? Change my font to Papyrus. Oh. You wound me. All right. All right. Font. Nope, it's not here. Can't do it. Sorry. No more. Font preference. Font face. Font. No. Font. Font size. Font size. Font face. Font. Where'd you go? Font. No. No. What? Preferences, user settings, user, whatever. Sure. Font. Thank you. Yeah, I tell you. No, I was over here. Pyrus. Oh dear Lord. Gotta make that bigger. Alright. Alright! There we go. Papyrus. Well, we're just about done that. And
Yep, that's over, and I can set a timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes counting down.
That's right, 15 minutes of Papyrus, dear Lord. Somebody's getting ready to watch. Somebody's getting ready to watch the new Avatar movie. Right? Sending Copilot screenshots could be tricky now. Maybe. Yep, that's me. There you go. I've got some fancy jackets. So, all right. No, I don't care about that yet. We don't, that's not a thing. So, oh my gosh. Somewhere up here. No. Component responsibilities, dashboard aggregator, renderer. I'm not going near those yet. Oh, that's the... No. Well, wait a sec. What? That's bill of materials. Yeah, this one. Health dashboard. Right? So, CLI skeleton. Yeah. We're gonna get rid of that. You feel normal voice is good, mod voice is distracting. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point, is that it's distracting and funny. So, Yeah. Need to fork and make a PR with showing Copilot instructions with a custom icon. Yeah, we need a Copilot instructions folder. So, no, not there. Right, somewhere out here. Right, .github. Copilot instructions. And quite frankly, I like to use Copilot to build the Copilot instructions. We're gonna move you, yeah, into editor area. Thanks. Okay. Open chat editor. Yeah, there we go. And we'll put you over here so folks can see what we're doing. I need your help to build out the Copilot instructions for this repository. Period. In particular, I want to make sure that Copilot knows that we're building a .NET 10 application that runs primarily at the console and will be delivering features that help to scan, review, and report on the health of .NET projects. Period. We'll want to use various command line tools to ensure that we have a beautiful user interface at the command line, regardless of the operating system that's being used. And let's see what it generates, and we'll generate from there. We'll tweak and tune and add some other references. So. Oh. Ow. E. Ah. All right, here we go over this thing. And, oh, okay, this is Witch's Brew Alani. This is Caramel Apple. Check that out right there. So, yeah, look at all that nonsense. What do we got? Project overview. Clearly established .NET 10, core principles, cross-platform console UI, console-first design approach, health analysis and reporting mission. Key features. Yeah, development guidelines covers modular extensible architecture, recommended command line libraries, code organization, suggested project structure, naming conventions, testing performance. I have a feeling we're going to need to tweak down in there. Documentation requirements, yes. So look at this. Framework .NET 10, application type console CLI, language C#, cross-platform command line. Works consistently across Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Prefer libraries like Spectre Console for rich terminal output. Cool. Oh no, I didn't take that in a negative way at all. It's just, that's kind of the fun. Console first design. Design all features with the command line interface as the primary interaction model. Health analysis features, scan, review, report. Yeah. Repository health dashboard, bill of materials. Outputs available in both human readable and machine readable formats, JSON or Markdown. Yes. Architecture, follow modular design patterns to support extensibility, separate concerns, make the bill of materials and other analysis engines pluggable subsystems. Yes, yes, and yes. Design for future feature additions without breaking existing functionality. Love it. Consider Figlet for ASCII art. I'm not familiar with Figlet. So I might be learning something here about Figlet. Is that a thing? If you have a project with existing code and want to write instructions for Copilot, you can ask Copilot to analyze your project and write. Yes. Yes, you can go that way. Existing projects. Hey, generate some instructions for these. Code quality standards, enable null reference types. Yep. Use implicit usings. Yep. follow C# naming conventions, write defensive code. Activate, treat warnings as errors, so that we can follow good coding practices. Write testable, unit testable code as much as possible. Prefer to write unit tests that live in a /test folder, and use XUnit to verify functionality. Output and reporting, default to human readable console output, support machine readable formats, JSON, for automation and integration, include structure logging for debugging and troubleshooting, ensure output is accessible and clear regardless of terminal capabilities. Part of me wants to say use open telemetry standards. Project structure, code medic, program CS, commands, engines, models, processors, reporters, utilities. Command classes, engine classes, model classes, testing guidelines. Write unit tests for core analysis logic, yes. Test cross-platform, validate console output formatting, include integration tests for model execution. Some of that stuff that I wrote up here can... Let's... oops. Grab that. And, yep, there we go. How about just write unit test, not prefer? Optimize scanning and analysis for large repositories. Implement parallel processing where beneficial. Progress feedback for long-running operations. Consider caching for repeated analysis. Yeah. We had a request. There was a redemption, channel point redemption, to go to Papyrus. Keep the README MD focused and action-oriented. Document all available commands and options. In a user docs folder. This folder should be focused on feature description for end users. The docs, right? Docs, not doc. Docs. Did I make it plural? Nope, singular. Should contain documentation for developers building and enhancing the application. Provide examples for common use cases. Yes. Include troubleshooting, guidance for cross-platform, add feature documentation. Yes. I don't need that. For developers, for contributors to the project. When adding new features, verify cross-platform compatibility, ensure console output is consistent, update help text and documentation, add appropriate unit tests, test on multiple operating systems before completion. Consider integration with the health dashboard or BOM. I'm good with that. Over here. Yeah. All right. Cool. Go away. Yeah. For this proposed project structure, how do you anticipate supporting plugins that work with the application? A Windows application that does what the command line usually does. So a Windows application can delegate to the command line, receive that output and present it and do various things with it. Let's see. Interface-based plugin pattern, iAnalysis engine, iReporter, iCommand, iProcessor. Create a plugin loader that scans designated plugin directories. Use Reflection to discover and instantiate plugin assemblies. Plugins could be separate .NET 10 DLLs. Excuse me. Okay. Document a plugin template scaffolding. Plugins can extend analysis capabilities without modifying core code. Plugin registry to advertise available plugins. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Add a plugin architecture section. Architecture section. And let's add a plugin architecture document to the doc folder. Here we go. 1 minute left on Papyrus. Oh, thank God. So frustrating. And that's exactly why it's up there. Here we go. So utilities and then plugins for plugin discovery and lifecycle management. Yep. Codematic abstractions. That's where I was going to say we probably need an abstractions assembly. There it is. But this content's also going to end up over in that other document. So, yeah. All right. There we go. Oh, we can go back to my regular font. Please take me to my regular font. Oh, so much better. All right, so Copilot has instructions and then plugin architecture. Codematic, scan vulnerabilities, adult audit licenses, export compliance. Yeah. Yeah. And some of these will delegate and roll over and support, right, handing things off to other features, other command line tools. Like, just integrate with that other thing. So, yes. Right, like, yeah, okay. We should probably set a version over here, right? Let's define the current. Oh no. Figlet font is a boon for you with failing site. Let's go in here, up there. I want to add a versioning tool to this project so that we can start off and manage the versions of the Codematic application that we're generating, period. Nerdbank Gitversioning has been very good for us. Help me set that up for this project and repository. Go figure it out and go do that. So help me out, Figlet font. That's like the second or third time I've heard it mentioned. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure. You can do whatever you want there, friend. Like, I want to get to a point where Copilot does this and not me. Yes. There we go. Sure. Sure, go ahead. There's nothing really there to build, but go for it. You can .NET build all you'd like, Copilot. Sure. Sure, you can do that too. Get the tool installed. Sure, check the version. There we go. What about setting up and referring to the current versions as a preview? No. I think that's good for right now. Now let's go over here. Update the Copilot instructions to also include references to using the Nerdbank Gitversioning project to manage the version number of this project and repository. That should be Gitversioning. There we go. Hey, Nitro Evil. What's the CLI I'm using? You're not using Oh My Posh anymore? No, I am. It's right there. Yeah. Clear. I was using the Copilot command line tool, which is this CLI, right? And this type of thing is what we want to deliver from this project. So, you just got a kilt? You got a kilt. Okay. All right. Use Nerdbank Gitversioning NBGV2 to manage project version numbers. Version is automatically calculated. Configure versioning. Version information is injected into assemblies. Semantic versioning is inferred through Git workflow. And then what's down here? Yeah, that's fine. All right. So it's not the best time of year in your part of the world to be wearing a kilt, though, my friend. You haven't been able to check in for a while? So, Nitro Evil, the Copilot command line, you can install from NPM. So, it works on all the places. Pyrocat. I think that's something that Mrs. C Sharp Fritz would agree with if I had a kilt. However, I think she wouldn't approve of me wearing it that way in public. Oh, hey now. All right. So I've got these couple files built and referenced out here. So let's start. Really? I don't know what you're doing over there, friend. Okay, now you're over there. You were over here, but you're over there now. All right. And let's add a reference to not plugin architecture, this. Let's start designing the initial CLI skeleton for this application. Period. We want to ensure we deliver a help feature as well as a version report as an initial minimum set of capabilities. Mm-hmm. So, right, I want it to be able to, for you to be able to say -- version. At some point, I think we'll want to put an update, a self-updating command into this. Maybe we should have Copilot sketch out that document. It's all in perfect working order. That's right, Patty boy. So, version utility. What do we have over here? Get version, get type, codemedic version. Where's that coming from? What? Console renderer options, commands. What is this? Root command handler. Create root command. What? Hang on. What the heck are you doing? What is that? No. You don't even have to. What are you doing here, you? Right? Like, what are you doing? Right, we can do like, I don't need to get a type on that, man. Like, shut up. Like, stop. I'm working here. How you doing, PC nerd? Good to see you. Let's see. Version type, get property. Where's this version class? No. No. What? What? There is no generated class of that. This isn't a fallback. Like, go get it from the assembly. Oh man, PC nerd, I feel you on that. .NET repository health analysis tool. Let's just say .NET health analysis tool. Cool. Keep all the Johns. I don't know. Ooh. Continue. English, please. I have a good idea what you're talking about there, PC nerd. Yeah. What is this root command handler? Like Codebase Alpha, hey there.
Codebase Alpha just resubscribed for 18 months.
And ooh. Hey. Okay. Quick reference guide for the CLI. Okay. Display repository health dashboard. Generate bill of materials report. Display application version. Display this help message. What did you do? Eat the broke. What are you doing? Okay. Hang on. Oh, it was trying to do some piping. That's pretty good. You had a wonderful colleague, basically team dad when you just started in your professional career, then you got officially promoted to dev lead, turned into a micromanaging dictator. Oh, man. Really? So, when I first started running .NET Conf, I wanted my hands involved in everything, and I was very much a, not micromanager, but I was very much a observing all the things dictator. And my skip boss pulled me back and said, look, you don't have to have your hands on everything all the time and constantly monitoring and checking and documenting and doing all these things. And I learned to back off and give folks direction and ask for documentation coming back and status updates. And providing a little bit more lighter touch on managing. And I like to think that that was very successful, given the delivery of the project and the morale, the positive morale of folks in delivering those events. What are you doing? You're doing final. Let me do a final comprehensive final of the final. And another one. What the heck are you doing? Like, dude. It's making a README, but it's another README. Like, it's going into final comprehensive documentation idiocy. And not just documenting all the things, Neo. Like, dude! And now one final mastery summary document. And now it's going to create another. You're being an idiot. Creating multiple summary documents for a small task that was part of the original documentation. Remove duplicate documents you created. Move all system documentation to the doc folder. Merge the index and README documents on the root of this repository, and update the Copilot instructions to keep you from writing successive final documents about the documents you wrote. Yeah, let's see what that does. You're absolutely right. That's how you know I'm using Claude, because you're absolutely right. Right? Now, I will point out I am using the auto agent here, so it's choosing which ones to use here and putting those together. Check the current README. Now I'll create a single comprehensive README at the root. Like, okay, you can already see it. It knocked down some of these other ones. Read the full file list. Yeah. The file's malformed. Oh, I'm going to rewrite the whole thing from scratch. Yep, 10% discount. Like, that's fine. Right, look. It just rebuilt the README. Current commands, technology stack, project status. goes. Yep. So what did you do over here? Never create summary documents, completion reports, or index files that only document other documentation. Consolidate documentation into existing structure. Consolidate over proliferation. When documentation would duplicate existing content, merge it instead of creating new files. Yes. So the CLI architecture and extension guide in the documentation. Nice. That's kind of nice. Root command handler only routes commands. Yeah. Hey, how you doing there, Napalm? Yeah, I'm going to be on most of the weekdays this month. Each class has one reason to change. Open close principle. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Command-specific options pattern. Okay. Error handling pattern. Use path combine instead of hard-coded separators. Use colors with Spectre console. Environment new line. Environment get environment variables. Yep. Testing commands. I don't have tests here. Integration testing pattern. Version management. No. This should reference NBGV as specified in the Copilot instructions. You'd prefer to know what model it's using in advance? You're right. No. We should use the NBGV command line tool here to set a version. Work with git tags and push appropriately. How good is using an agent to traverse your Terraform and code to generate tech docs? It is awesome to do that. Yes. Yeah, there we go. All right. And my README was updated with this. Okay. So now we have the entry point that goes to, and we'll start writing some of this ourselves here. So the entry point in program is dumb. It just jumps in and says go process arguments on the root command handler that is going to process arguments and hand things off. So if there are no arguments or if it contains help, we're going to go render the banner for, the current version, render help. If version was requested, we'll render the version. Otherwise, we don't know the command. Okay. Let's commit what we have there. And we'll set up the first PR for this. Right. Commit that. Sync it up there. Cool. Figlet. Yes. And merge. Initial CLI skeleton. Hey there, DJ Deepex.
Dick just resubscribed for 17 months.
Hello.
Greeting at Fritz and chat smile.
How you doing? Cool. Yep, good. No. I want to squash and merge. There we go. Fantastic. Git checkout main, git pull. That's fine. Git pull upstream main. Fantastic. Did it delete the other one? Nope. Cool. All right. So now cool. The first two commands aren't implemented yet, right? So if we do .NET run no build health, right, doesn't know what to do with that yet. Okay. What's next? Like, we've got it doing the initial version report. That's something, right? What the dashboard should show. Overall health score, code quality summary, architecture and layering summary, dependency health summary, BOM summary. Oh, chat, help me out here. Give me some feedback on this. CodeMedic should test and run itself as part of its own tests. Whoa. Chat, that's kind of meta. Help me out there, right? CodeMedic needs a medical. Excuse me. Yes. Very meta. Totally. Okay. CodeMedic runs and decides it needs more README files. That's Copilot. Let's do this. Let's do some initial structure of the code analysis that reports back. Here's the number of projects that I see in this repository. Right? And here's the types of projects I see in this repository. Let's do, right, the first pieces of of this health interaction. Yeah. Yeah.
And then?
We'll start doing some actual analysis.
And then?
Publish it? Maybe? Like, these are a big deal. That's a big deal. But yeah. So there should be I'm not even getting into dashboard yet, but I think we're in repo scanner types of features right now. Yeah, let's take this. No. Let's start with a simple example. No. What commands are needed to run each project? Help me out. What do you mean? With a simple start to the repository scanner. Oh, yeah. Okay. Just to remind you of the commands. Okay. Let's build the initial health command structure and the beginning of the repository scanner. This should look in the current folder and all child folders. Reporting initial details of the projects identified, located. Let's see what it does, and then we'll tweak and tune from there. Okay, so it created 4 to-dos. Repository scanner, health command handler, update the root command handler, create the console health renderer. Okay. So we're going to create a project info model that has the path, the project name, the relative path. Why do we need... Oh, absolute versus... Okay. Target framework, output type, nullable enabled, implicit usings enabled, language version, package dependencies as a string. That's going to be a lot more than just a string. Project reference count, generates documentation, parse errors, display name. Okay. Repository scanner, projects clear, directory enumerate, files looking for CS projects. That's not bad to start, but we're probably going to want to include VB proj and FS proj at some point. And when we start talking about file, right? Single file projects, there's a little bit more to that as well that we're going to want to identify and work with. What do we got? Let's test the health command by running it. Yeah, it's PowerShell, you fool. Okay, build succeeded. Path, output type, target framework, language version, nullable enabled, implicit usings, documentation, NuGet packages. Nice. Nullable, implicit usings, documentation. Nice. Okay. Okay. The NuGet packages, we're going to want to capture. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. But now I must break you. Let's go. Where was it? Project info. Here. Let's create a record here. Public record. Public struct record. Right? Yeah, project summary. No. Package. Or is it public record struct? I think I have that backwards. Yes. String ID, string version. Not ID. Name. Yeah. And then up here where we did this, we can say, yeah, package. That's right. What do you mean 0 references? Project info right there. It's a project info. No solution? What do you mean no solution? Yeah, there we go. Right, here it's selecting the information about the packages. And I want to update that so that that package reference... Right, package references, select package reference to list. So that's a collection of X elements. Yeah, here we go. New package. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I like that. All right. So then project reference count. So that's the project reference count. Okay. We should probably capture the project references, not just the count. Let me go update. Okay, so that's going to return projects, add project info, right? Okay. Return projects. You come back to where? Here. Render scan results. Yes, don't mind if I do. I feel like I don't. Oh boy. I'm not sure I like the structure of that. Because these things are going to start to grow. Like, Okay, scanner projects. Let's go down here where it did. Like, it should blow up when I did. Packages. Project details. Package count. Render project details. Package dependencies count. If it's greater than 5. Oh, that might actually just work, right? So let's go back over to here. Did it rename my folder? No. .NET Run Health. That's like the default record formatting. We can do better with that, right? Here. Like, we can do name version like that. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. We're going to need to do something to go through and get those transitive dependencies at some point here. That'll be interesting, but not something that I'm sure I want to deal with right now. But, like, it's the start of a dashboard, right? I also want to make sure that we can output this in JSON format. So, right, console renderer is over here. I think this is very cool to start here. Yeah, let's... Right, I feel like the renderers, the renderer should be something that we pass in and should be injected. There's an architecture thing here. This is exactly what we want CodeMedic to do. To see that this is an ugly static class. And we want to specify that rendering up front. Oh man, this is good. This is good. I like this. So in here, right? And it's just doing console renderer, output all the stuff. Like, we should identify the renderer, and we should have a renderer interface defined. Yeah. So let's do this. Clear that mess up. Go into source. .NET new. Give me a class library, and let's call this, wow, not Code It with AI. That's a different project. CodeMedic abstractions. I don't want to call it common. Flashy theme. You like that, Ceramo? How you doing? Yeah. All right, and let's add that to the solution. Like that. And I'm going to go down into the CodeMedic project. .NET add reference Code medic abstractions. There we go. Yeah. All right, so now I have my code medic abstractions. Where are you? There it is, right there. Okay. I want to create an interface in my abstractions. I'm going to take you. I'm going to take you, Pikachu. Interface. I renderer. Interface that defines common rendering capabilities. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Render scan results. No. Let's call this render report. I don't know what that is yet. Render version, render error, render success, render info, render section header. Okay. Render footer. Right? That's a thing. Okay. Rename the file. Cool. Back over here to console renderer. I don't want you to be static. And I want you to, thank you, implement that. Get rid of yo statics. Yo statics? Sure. I feel like render help is something specific here that we wouldn't render in other formats. Actually, render version is a specific thing to the console that I'm okay with. You go away. That's something specific to the console as well. Yep, we're gonna clean that one up. Svekos!
Svekos just resubscribed for
23 months. How are you doing there, friend? Let's call this render wait async, because that might not actually write anything. How's it going, Svekos? Thanks so much for the resub. Good to see you. Yeah. What's the latest in your world? It is a fine December here on the stream, and we're just building stuff together. I'm going to push this out, and we'll have an initial inspection of what's going on this. More on that in a minute. Did I just say moron? Maybe. Render wait async, I think is what I think I called it. And I renamed that thing to render report. Right? And I don't know what we're passing in here. Where am I here? No, I want something faster. And that didn't help much. There we go. If you pipeline a console app output to a file or other console app, what happens to those markup generated font colors? Don't know. Flanders, Belgium, yes. Right? Reload. What happened there? Didn't pick that one up. Unemployed. Unemployed Mexico. Right on the board. That's weird. I think I have some work to do here. Anyways. I don't know about the color renderings. Let me get back to you on that. That's a good question. But my thinking is I want this. Yes. What do we got down here? See, I think render help is something specific to the console renderer. Yeah. Same thing with render version. Yeah. Let me come back to you. I don't have a render footer. So right now... was there a render success up here? That's going to need to move. Render project details. Yeah. Like, build project detail. Yeah, that's markup. Yeah, see, that's going to go somewhere else. Help. I'm okay with. I don't need this. That's not a thing. I don't think that's... No. So this can go away also. Okay, render report object. So... let's... Hang on. We're getting here. Ow, my headphones cups are pinching here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what happened to Eurovision? Uh-oh. There was a big meeting today. Yeah, it's even on CNN. Israel will be allowed to compete. Well, Spain's going to drop then. This is going to be a problem. Israel isn't part of Europe. So, Israel, if Israel participates, Spain, Ireland, Slovenia, and the Netherlands are talking about dropping. Yeah. Which is going to make this a mess. Yeah. The Israeli position on the war in Gaza, the war in Gaza is not even the right word for it, the genocide in Gaza. Like a music festival to celebrate peace and unity across the continent. And you're going to feature a very divisive country that's currently participating in a such a devastating, cruel interaction. Whether you believe what the Gaza folks are doing are right or wrong, it's genocide that they're doing right there. It's not really Euro anymore. Australia isn't yet. You're right. And look, there is no right answer in the Israel-Gaza conflict, Israel-Palestine conflict. This side's right for these reasons, and they're wrong for some of those same reasons. And the same thing about the other side. This is a conflict that's been going on for thousands of years, and none of us is going to be able to resolve it quickly by any stretch. It is going to take a lot of work in diplomacy, and to bring that conflict into, once again, a festival of music and peace and unity, it is not helping the situation in any way. Like, start to figure it out. I have similar feelings about, yeah, right. I have similar feelings about both organizations' participation in the Olympics. Like, you can't resolve the conflicts between your cats. How can you resolve it at an international level? Totally. And the pumpkin spice president has already resolved it. He said we'd have it done on day one. Like, come on. He's going to send Jared over there and be done with it. And when he says Jared, he actually means the subway guy. So, anyways, moving on. So what I want to do is, now there's a bit of moving back and forth here. So when the health command starts, where is this being called? Public class CC this. Over here. I think we also want to pass in the selected renderer. So let's do this. Var right now, I'll do that. So, and even then, let's just call this console. Yeah. So these are static things because we're always going to want to force... no. Because that always... That never goes out to some other format. That's different. No, I think I do want that. He's always on the news. And it's negatively impacting the mental health of so many Americans. It is. Whether you believe what he's doing is right or wrong, it is negatively impacting the mental health of many, many Americans. So, and it's because of the constant presence and pushing and nastiness towards other folks that's going on. Whether you believe that that's right or wrong, the constant presence, constantly on the news, constantly on the media, wanting to be on the front page every day, all the time. Shut up. We don't need to see and hear you all the time. Go away. We've got other things going on. Why are you showing up in the middle of our sporting events? Go do your thing. We don't need you in the middle of all of these other things that are going on. So, anyways, so what I want to do is I also want to pass in not just that, but I want to pass in the renderer up front so that our commands not only have that, but they have a I renderer. So then, thank you. And go create one of these. So now, right, I can instead say this and that and one of those. And instead that says render weight. So here we'll do this. And we're gonna no. We've got to turn this around. Turn this around so we yeah, something like that, but that's not what I want to do. Hey, there's Ellie Face. More work meetings. Yeah. And if there's an error, then we want to do like that. Get version. Why am I doing that? Is that being called anywhere? Where's version utility? I thought I had it open. How you doing, LA Face? How are the morning meetings? There, I can just call get version right there. Like version utility. No. Get version. But even then, why am I doing that? Like, why am I passing that in? All day meetings? Oh, man. I am so sorry. Look. I know that meetings and breaking things up could do with a dose of shenanigans. Right? So here's what I think you should do. I think you should make a bet with one of your colleagues in the next meeting that if the meeting ends early, they have to change their Slack profile picture to the Santa Gorilla. Yeah, I'm about to do that also. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. But Slack profile pictures, they're... Where was I here? Why is this passing that in? Goofs will resume later this week. I am fully endorsing any and all goofs because they're wicked. I feel like where did this render banner? Where'd it go? See, like, right? Like, why am I passing in the version? Like, that should be... that shouldn't be version being passed in, but like string subtitle or something like that. Yeah, and defaults to empty string. Can we do string.empty? Can we do that? Can we I guess not. Really? All right, do that. So then, right, I can do subtitle like that, right? So then, no, var version equals version utility get version, right? That's what I just did. Whatever. And then I'll figure out like, yeah, look at that. All right. What did you do? Yeah, I'm working on render report. Working on it. So I am all for the goofs. Ooh. Nice. So this stuff is what I'm going to pull back into my health command. Region report. Yeah, rendering. Sure. Right now, the problem here is, yeah, see, there it is. So, now I'm at an interesting place. Yeah. All right. Now let's get some, roll that back. All right. I really don't know why you're doing this to me. All Because this refactoring is something else. It's not the scanner, it's the health. Okay. Yeah. I want to refactor this render report method so that it's passed in some block of information that it decides how to format appropriately for the console. Period. In order to achieve this, we need to update the health command so that it generates its report using some standard format that we can pass in and repeatedly call the render report method. Period. This way, we'll be able to pass different renderers into the command for JSON format or Markdown format, and the renderer will appropriately format for that desired output. Period. Let's just update and work on getting the console renderer and health command working properly using this new interaction. That's a big prompt. But darn it, I like it. John format? No. Okay, good. Yeah. Good. Help me out here, Copilot. You're my only hope. Well, I trust chat too. I trust chat. Right? Now, when I get done this stream, I'm going to put this together and document and create a short little 5 to 10 minute video that explains, here's what we're building, here's what we started with, here's where you can find more details, and upload that to YouTube as kind of a summary of what we've done and where we're going. So, here we go. To use it, let me create a health report model that will be the data structure. Okay, what do we got here? No. No, comma. I think we want something that's a little more generic in the structure of the report information we're sending in. Period. Perhaps something that's a little bit more report descriptive and less specific to a report or data that we're outputting. Period. Maybe something like an XHTML format that could be decided to be formatted in different ways for Markdown or the other render formats. Yeah. Like maybe our default format is Markdown, and we'll decide to parse and present that in different ways that gets delivered. And then we'll stitch this back together and we'll still have our initial project analysis, right? There we go. That's okay. To generate a report document. Did it go off the deep end here? What did you do? Why have this? Why have a health report at all? Question mark. Just generate the report document directly and pass that into the renderer. I feel like I'm mushing the word renderer when I say it. Renderer. It's like my Philadelphia accent is crawling in there, right? Philadelphians like to swallow the L's and the diphthong crawls in there, and you hear folks, right, say Philadelphia, Baltimore, right? That L in Baltimore, they'll either overpronounce it or they'll just swallow it entirely. Baltimore. You know? Yeah, but Baltimore, it is such a Philly. Hey, Corey, how you doing there? Hurricane weathers. It is so Philly. Like, and there's an interesting direction that we've seen folks go with their presentations from the big five tech companies on the West Coast to embrace their different regional interesting characteristics. Oh yeah, we're from Seattle, so let's embrace Seattle things. Hey, we're from Mountain View. Let's in Northern California. Let's embrace some of those idiosyncrasies and some of that. And yeah, right. We've got folks that I work with that are from Massachusetts. Absolutely, go embrace your inner Boston. So, yeah. Let me see here. There we go. I need to get some lunch in me here, but I want to get this refactored and done and moved over and get this saved off, and we can come back and work on this more tomorrow. There's a typo in that. All right. So it's running the health command, and look at that. Yeah. All right, so let's see what we did here. Report document and related models define a generic structured report format that's renderer agnostic. Check. We wanted that. Repository scanner generate report. Pulls all that together. Nice. Okay. Health command simply calls the scanner, generate report. Okay. And then passes that report into the renderer. Good. And console renderer render report goes through and does appropriate formatting. Nice. And right, it still gave me my nice format here for these items. Okay. Output type unknown. Interesting. With this element built, can we create a markdown renderer and a markdown argument that will render a markdown document instead? This feels like it's something that could be built quickly, right? A format argument. There you go. There you go. That's what I was thinking of. So, Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is booking some stays for a vacation we're planning for May, where we want to go visit Kentucky. We want to take our trailer, our recreational vehicle, drive down to Kentucky and go tour a bunch of the distilleries. So that'll be fun. No. No. The command, the health command shouldn't inspect the format. Health command should just receive a iRenderer of type markdown renderer. And be oblivious to the type of renderer, right? Because the next one's going to be to do JSON. Your area, stop by the Red River Gorge? All right. We're looking at someplace near the Elkhorn River. So I don't know my Kentucky geography yet. Working on that. I've got a couple months. Yeah, it just receives an iRenderer, doesn't care what type. So let me complete the update. Yes. Really? So, if format equals console, I don't know what that's doing. Markdown or MD, console, default to console. Okay. So what did it do with the markdown? All right. I do need to wrap up. I'm starting to get messages from family here. I feel like the file name should be something that you can specify. Otherwise, you can pipe it somewhere. There we go. We're getting somewhere. Nice. Oh, look. There's the piping. Really? Where was I? In here. Since the bill of materials isn't available yet, like, don't output that information. Like, yeah, this one. Don't output bomb feature yet until it's built. Right? Where else? There. Yeah, don't output until it's built. No. Okay. So that's kind of cool. So did it write a markdown file here somewhere? So, .NET run Yep, Project Code Medic. Format MD. What do we get here? So, did it write a file? Report MD. That's not right. That's not right. We're gonna have to fix that. It didn't throw an error, but unknown command format. Oh, I didn't call health. Let's try that. There we go. All right. And if we view that as rendered markdown, right? Now we're getting a little dicey with the panels here. We can work on this. Not bad. Move that below. But not terrible. That's not bad. For a first pass, and there's definitely tuning to do here, right? But I'm pretty okay with that for right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a branch. And let's call this feature first health. Because right now it does something. It's not entirely great, but it does something. I didn't want to include the report in that. Don't include that. What else do we got here? Yeah. First pass at health command, project scanner, repository scanner, right? Oh boy. And renderers. Yeah. There we go. And go ahead and push that, John. You're not giving me a push button here. Fine. Git push. Yeah, git push origin. There we go. Created a new branch. Head back over here. I'd like a pull request, please. Thank you. First pass at health command, repository scanner, and renderers. I'm okay with that. I'm not releasing anything yet, but get that into the mix. So once again, if you want to check this out, you want to take a look, it is right there is where you can find the Code Medic project we've started here, which should now have a nice README as well. So we're getting there. So I can git checkout main, git branch, delete on feature first health, git pull upstream main, and push that to mine. There we go. All right. We're getting somewhere. This is fun. This is interesting. This is different from the websites and things that we've been building for a long time here on stream. I'm happy with where this is going. I think there's going to be options here. There's going to be some fun things that we're going to be able to get other people involved with and interested in to collaborate here. I think there's going to be extensions that we're going to be able to build out in several different areas. There's an Aspire integration that I think we're going to be able to dial into this at some point, so that we can add commands to every project in Aspire and say, run CodeMedic on this, and generate reports and present them from the Aspire dashboard. Yeah, I think there's some stuff like that we're going to do. But here's where I'm going to leave you for right now. I'm going to stop the music. Yeah, that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go get me some lunch. Let's start there. I'm going to record a little 5-minute summary of here's what we built, here's what we're working on, here's where we want to go with this. And I'm going to package that up and put that out on my YouTube to introduce the project, give folks links to what's going on, build out a playlist for how we're growing and working on this project. Because as it grows, for those of you that were here, you got to see how this started. For folks that want to get involved and learn more about this, I want them to have a video resource that shows here's how things evolved, and maybe even be able to view that as a little bit of a podcast and be able to watch the evolution of a series of tools that we're going to grow for the .NET community. And maybe these get really good and there's something we can integrate into project migration tools at some point in the future. Maybe there's a Visual Studio Code integration. Maybe there's a Visual Studio integration. There's a whole bunch of ways that we can go with this, but starting with just this initial bit of analysis is something that we're learning from, and we're going to grow, and I think it's going to help make us better developers learning about how our tools work. That's cool. I think that's going to be cool and a lot of fun here. And it's a little bit outside the box of some of the standard website things that we've been doing, right? You're very welcome, Patty Boy. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to with a raid. And taking a look around the horn here, I see dead people. No. Let me get you rated over to... What? Wow. Let me get you rated over to... Holy smokes. Let me get you rated over to Coding After Work. That's our friends Jimmy and Jessica. Big thanks to you for tuning in and watching. If you're watching on YouTube, I've got other great videos down below here and over there. And I'm going to put together a little summary of what we did here today and get that posted out to my YouTube. All right? Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure writing code with you, and thank you for your feedback as we've been going through and building today, and much appreciation to everybody that subscribed and to the folks that gifted subscriptions today. All right, get ready to say hi to my friends Jimmy and Jessica, and I will see you tomorrow right back here, same time, same channel. Take care, friends. I wish you good health and good coding. Cheers. Where's the button? I moved it. Here it is.